And we are live. Hello, my lovelies. Cece and I were just here, sitting here talking about how we have lots of editing, very meta stuff to do. um, I actually plan on using this as like productivity sprints because I am working on editing this monster of a bookshelf tour for all of you.
So excited.
And I told Cece this, and I've told a couple of other people, but for those that are here, it took me 4 days, 4 days to film this bookshelf. First, it took a week to build all the bookshelves, sort the books, get them on the bookshelves. Then it took 4 days to film the bookshelf tour. And yesterday I started editing. And when I compiled it all, it was 151 gigs of data, 14 hours, 55 minutes, and 16 seconds of raw footage. So I've gotten the first 6 hours edited down to like 51 and a half minutes. So I have 9 hours of footage left to edit, which I had edited for a couple of hours earlier, but none of that actually saved. So I will be doing editing sprints. Cece, what are you going to be reading or working on?
So I definitely need to start with productivity editing sprints as well. I am fortunate enough that I'm getting editing help. My son is old enough that I can enslave him.
That's always handy.
Well, he's good at what he does. He's good at editing, so otherwise I wouldn't do it. And he just comes and asks if I have any editing jobs because he can earn money that way, right? And he is very creative oftentimes with his birthday presents. So for his own purposes, he, for example, asked me to get the Adobe Creative Suite for his like pocket money for a whole year. So he said, instead of a raise of my pocket money, can we just take like my whole pocket money for the whole year and you just buy me the license? I'm like, sure, I can, because it roughly amounted to the same thing, but that leads to him not having any cash throughout the year. And then he's like, well, I do have Adobe now. Do you have any editing jobs to earn money? I'm like, sure. So, and he is doing a phenomenal job. If you've seen the van tour, he has been editing
I
that.
did.
He is really getting good at storytelling, at cuts in terms of how they make sense. Things like how entering the car and then filming from the other side and everything. And I just envisioned it that way when I filmed it, but I never told him to edit it like this. And it's from a storytelling perspective, it's really good to see me from that side and then that side and then that side again. And all of these little things, he's getting really, really good. So yeah, I'm getting help from him, but the last video I had to get back to him like 3 or 4 times because we had some things that needed ironing out. And so I'm going to be spending my first sprint on uploading, checking, making the thumbnail, and all of the stuff that goes around. Aside from that, I want to finish. I need to read today. So Mel, do not allow me to go away from these sprints without having read a book. Okay,
Okay.
so like not
Okay.
finished, but I'm gonna have to have read.
What are you
Um,
going to read?
so I want to start with a graphic novel, dark one. I have started. I'm a quarter of the way through, and I want to finish that. I'm assuming that will be one sprint, and then I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to read. So there's a few options that I'm just going to talk about probably at the beginning of the next sprint.
Hello, Clint. He's watching us while he works. Hello, Victoria, Mila, Aussie Gal, Veronique. So many lovely people here. Dawn, I'm excited to see the library tour. Thanks for all of your hard work at filming it. I can tell you that I had some words that are getting edited out, but I had some words. Me and
Why
this
are you
library
editing them
tour.
out? I just had a colleague tell me, like, I just sent my videos to all my colleagues, pretty much announcing them, hey, I'm going to be working from a van soon. And my colleagues were watching my home tour, getting rid of stuff and kicking it off. And they found it so hilarious that I put a disclaimer in the beginning, like warning people that I would refer to all the stuff that I own as shit.
Yeah.
I found that hilarious. I'm like, okay, I thought it was fun, but I didn't think it was that hilarious. But okay.
Let's see. Asiga says, I'm hoping to do some more reading so I can cross off my TBR and be able to read my Christmas books around Christmas while I'm away. Where are you going? I'm going away too. That's why I'm like frantic trying to get everything done because we go out of town on Friday. Hi, ladies. I'm reading Little Hope, and this Pen for Hire is a cozy mystery. Fun. Hello, Justina. Hello, Drew. He says he's currently reading Beasts of Prey, 19 chapters into it and really enjoying it. I have that book. I think it's in one of my Once Upon a Book clubs, but I'm not sure. Hello. It says I only have 130 pages left of Crescent City. Oh, Kaylani would be so proud of you. All right, let me get my timer up and we can get started on a sprint. That is what we are here for.
Yes, please. I really need it. I've been decluttering and unhauling so much stuff over the past days. I'm so exhausted from hauling stuff out of my out of my place. I need to read.
Let's see. I'm just going into the city from the 23rd until the first week of January. Fun. We are actually driving down to Florida and getting on a cruise. We get on the boat on Saturday and we come back on the 26th. So we're very excited. Veronique says I'm going to be reading Warbreaker. Have been really enjoying it, but haven't been able to read. So this is good motivation. Excellent.
Fun with it, Warbreaker. I loved Warbreaker. Enjoy it.
I'm currently in the middle of Winterwood, but I'm at school, so can't read now. It's okay. You can just hang out with us. Yay, I needed some sprints. Excellent. All right, well, let's get into these sprints. Got my timer ready. Happy reading, everyone.
Happy reading. Welcome back.
Weird. My timer didn't make any sound.
Yeah,
That's
I have no idea how long we've been on zero because not reading and doing something else on my screen leads to me not watching the timer.
yeah, that's weird. Let me close my timer and reopen it. That's weird.
Also, editing brings you in that headspace, right? Where you just like focus and you forget. You have no sense of time anymore, right?
For me, it's like time is creeping by. It's like, oh, I feel like I've been editing for an hour. Oh, it's only been 10 minutes. Heather is hoping to read a short story per sprint. So, were you successful in the first sprint? Canadian Dragon wants to know how we are doing today. I'm a
Just
zombie.
I'm tired as well, but I feel good now.
I am so tired. And I just closed Filmora because I tried to take another so earlier I had edited for a couple of hours and then I tried to take a screenshot of something and it wouldn't work. It kept saying that it was like corrupted or whatever. And so I like saved my progress and I closed out Filmora. And then when I opened it back up, none of the saves I've done today had actually saved. So it started me back to where I left off last night. And so I just got edited back up to the point where I was. Like I just got to that point again. And I tried to take this screenshot and it did the same thing. And I'm like, oh God, please no. So I've closed Filmora. I'm afraid. I'm afraid to open it because I really hope it doesn't show that I'm like back at the same spot. So I'm gonna do that right now.
Oh no, fingers crossed.
We're doing this right now together. Wish me
That's so
luck.
devastating.
Wish me luck. I'm nervous. I'm gonna. It took me about 2 hours to do the editing that I did today, and then this time I managed to like hold on.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good.
Wait, what is normally when I first open up Filmora, there's like all the recent projects.
Mm-hmm.
And right now there's nothing there.
The tension. The tension. We're all like with you right now emotionally.
I'm gonna cry. Because I'm not.
First thing, when you double check, like before you do anything else, double check your settings to have like an autosave every like 10 minutes.
Oh no, I save very, very often. Like,
but then it shouldn't be gone, right?
the only thing that says bookshelf in here, I don't know what's going on. Like, why it says it was done on August 27th. My thing's called Bookshelf Tour. I'm just gonna close it. I'm just gonna close it. I'm gonna close it and I'm gonna come back to it in a second.
Yeah, close it, grab like a cup of tea or coffee and get back. Like potentially maybe restart your laptop too. Maybe.
Yeah.
But if you save a lot, it should not be lost because you closed the program.
I'm just like I'm gonna freaking lose my mind. Hello. 7 pages of rereading The Hobbit. Hi, Anna. 47 pages read. Read 3 chapters, hoping to finish it tonight. 5% of Fools in Love and read a story and a half. Also listened to a chapter and a half of Boy Underground. Nice.
Progress. Wow.
I read exactly 30 pages this half hour. Excellent.
So yeah, I'm almost done. I like editing the process of finding the van. I had to send it back to my son, just making a few more changes. But I'm confident that we're uploading this today, hopefully. Advent calendar is done. I'm going to publish that in the next sprint. So I should have enough time to read the whole freaking graphic novel in the next sprint. So I'm looking forward to some real reading time. Yeah, I think
I
that's
just tried to open Fillmore again, and it's looking the same way.
So when, but what Hugo is saying is directly open the saved project. I mean, you know where you're saving your projects, right?
Yeah.
Maybe go in there and just try and open that file.
Projects. It's like it's not even there now.
But that can't come from like closing the program.
No, because last night it saved just fine. It's not even showing up in the list of projects. Like when I go into the documents in my computer, like
that is really weird. That does not make sense. I would really suggest restarting your computer and seeing what happens. Because this sounds like a weird glitch.
I'm going to vomit if I've just lost it.
Understandably so.
Because what I did yesterday was editing 6 hours of stuff. Like I took my 15-hour like it was 15 hours. And that first 6 hours I had condensed down to 51 and a half minutes. And I still had 9 hours left to edit. And I just got another hour's worth edited. So I got that first 7 hours down to 58 and a half minutes. Okay. So Cece, do you have a timer I can share? Because if I restart my computer, the timer will go away.
Sure. Although I don't know if the timer stays on the screen if I go and work on other stuff. So to be safe, should we just say something like putting up a banner and doing it like to something like 20 past the hour?
Yeah. I'm just going to put it in the chat here. Sprint till 20.
It's going to be fine, Mel. We're all with you. We're all rooting for you. We're all sending good vibes.
Okay.
It's going to be fine.
I'll be back. Happy sprinting.
Happy recovering files. They're going to be there. Don't worry. We'll find them. Happy sprinting, everyone. See you in 33.
We have sound now. That is time.
So, what's the verdict? Did you find it?
So, yeah, let me fix this timer back. Okay. So the file, like the regular file, has disappeared. But I was able to go into like where the backups happen, and the backups of it was there. Though apparently the last time it backed up was okay, you know how I said earlier I edited for about 2 hours today, and then when I went out and went back in, it started me over back where I left off yesterday. So today, when I restarted doing those hours of editing, I did a little bit, and then I saved it, and then I closed it, and I checked it, and it was like, okay, it's good. And so I continued working there, and I saved like 10 minutes later, and that is the last time it backed up. So the past hour and a half of me working again has done nothing. So the last time it backed up was about 10 minutes into this last hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes of working.
Okay, so first of all, the backup increments need to be reduced. Like over an hour of work without a backup is not enough.
No. It was like the backups were happening. Like a backup happened at 2:15, and then again at 2:23, and that was the last time it backed up. Like from
So for
when.
So
Yeah,
even though
before the backups were happening about every 5 minutes or so.
but they stopped happening for the past hour and a half for some reason.
Yeah. Also, none of my saves happened. None of my saves, when I was clicking saves, worked. None of that worked. None of the backups happened. It just.
Is this the biggest project you've ever done in terms of file size and raw file size? Maybe a program is having issues with the file size.
Well, what I did during the rest of this sprint was I got to the end of a little film clip and deleted everything that came after.
Yeah.
And exported it.
Yeah.
So it just finished exporting like less than like when there was 45 seconds left on the sprint. So I have to check and make sure that everything properly exported, and then I can bring it back in and edit that. And so it should be a lot smaller file size to work with.
Edit in increments, like have several parts and then render them and export them and then bring them together kind of deal.
Yeah, because this is now 3.5 hours of work. It's just gone.
I feel so sorry for you. I can relate to this so much. I've had work disappear before, or like Premiere crashing because my laptop couldn't handle it, and then like several hours of work gone.
But see, the thing, I really have to get this done today because I haven't packed. Like, I leave on Friday morning. I haven't packed. I haven't done anything. I'm just trying to get this freaking thing done because it's supposed to post while I'm gone. Like, while I'm floating around in the ocean, it's supposed to post. It's supposed to post on Christmas. It's supposed to be Christmas present. This is my most stressful Christmas present I've ever given.
And I know a lot of people are waiting for it too, right? There's like a lot really waiting for that from you.
Yeah, people have been asking for an updated one for a couple of years now, and that's why I did it. But let's see, Aussie Gal got about 50 pages that round. Clint screaming at Crescent City. I'm screaming too. Walked around for a bit and then read 5 pages. Excellent. I'm on page 683 if that helps. I'll have to look that page up and see what happened there. I'm on page 39. I realized just now, LOL, started The Hobbit late last night. And Veronique read another 30 pages. So
So you can help me pick what to read next. I'm halfway through the dark one, and I either want to start with Rhythm of War, which is down here next to me, so big and heavy, and I do need to start it, but I kind of am only getting back into the reading mood, really. So I'm wondering if I should put something quick and easy before that, just to refocus, and I have a few options for that. I either want to read Shelf Respect, which is like a non-fictional book that I got as an arc, that's about like what do our bookshelves tell us about ourselves, and I was really excited about it, and then it got really bad reviews, and I was like, ugh. This is also my oh no, it's for the reindeer. I looked in the wrong file. It's not for the winter renaissance, it's for the reindeer. And then I have Binti, that I want to read the second one of, which is probably like a 2-hour read. Good to get back into things. And originally scheduled was Safe Arbor, which is something that I'm super pumped for. I also have an e-arc for that. I haven't heard about that book much yet, but it seems to be a lot about like mental health, about a girl who's like 14. She lives in a tent in a Toronto ravine with a dog, and she says she's not homeless. She's just waiting for um, her home, a sailboat to arrive with her father. And it sounds like she is like something's going on in her head, and it's yeah, it just gets downhill from there, and it's very intriguing, and I'm like, why do I not see more about this book on social media? So which one should I read? Everyone, help me. Help me.
so how long is each one?
Okay, so Safe Arbor is 264 pages. Shelf Respect is 192 pages. Binti is 176 pages. So they're all quite short.
Oh, you
And
know
then
what? Read Binti. I
a
have that on
thousand.
my shelf.
There's like the
And it
second
really
one.
is short.
Like I already read the first one. It's the second one.
Read Binti. Because that is one that you could feasibly like easily get done in sprints and have completed another book.
Yeah, I think it's like a 2-hour read.
You might be able to do that. Maybe. I mean, if not in the sprints, you could probably do it
Yeah.
like when you go to bed, and you'll feel good and accomplished because you'll have completed another book.
I might be able to read Shelf Respect quicker, even if it's 20 pages more, because it's a nonfiction about what bookshelves tell us, and I might be able to like skim parts. So I might be able to read that one quicker.
Okay, then take that one.
So if the reasoning is to feel accomplished, then it's that one, yes.
Okay, well then get that one. Read it. We want one that you're likely to be able to finish before you go to bed.
Yeah.
Started 6 Crimson Cranes.
Do you like it? It's on my list.
Yeah, I saw what Clint messaged me about where he is in the book. Don't stress yourself out, Mel. It could be a New Year gift too. We can wait. But see, I don't get home until late at night on the 26th. So even for that, I need to get it done like now.
And it's something about having something completed, to be able to go into a vacation or into a trip or anything like with a sense of closure, that nothing's waiting at home that needs to be done, right? It's like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Let's see. I still haven't been reading. My warning app gave me a red warning, and I was trying to find out where I got that from. Also, making food now at 10:30 p.m. Your
It's
warning
okay.
app gave you a warning about what? like gave you a warning about not reading, gave you a warning about your car, gave you a warning about yourself? Like what?
I mean, I'm assuming like COVID contact or something.
Oh. I'll be reading or listening to my audiobook for the next sprint.
What are you reading? I missed that, Anna. Or do you remember if she said what she's reading?
Let me scroll up. I feel very stressed in my brain. I don't think Anna said I was looking. I don't see.
Tell us.
Aussie Gal says I'll probably get ready to go out in this sprint since I have to leave for the day in an hour. Okay. Well, you'll still be productive.
Just got an email.
Just joining, going to listen to The Clockmaker's Daughter by Whimsical Narratives. Or Whimsical Narratives said that. I don't know that I've heard of that one.
It sounds familiar, but I might be mixing that up with something else. Yeah, I'm mixing that up with a different book. Just seeing the cover, it looks interesting. The cover looks cute. In the summer of 1862, a group of young artists led by the passionate and talented Edward Radcliffe descends upon Birchwood Manor on the banks of the Upper Thames. I'm not into historical fiction in like London, so at that time, so no.
Oh, I just checked, and just to see if my file actually works, and it works.
Whimsical Narrative. I have your profile pic, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. So my thing works. So I'm
good.
I can continue on. At least I have that.
Good. And I just want to tell you for a second. I've just got an email with every day I get an email with updates of like where the Amazon stock is, because it's part of my salary to get stock, and I've been waiting for it to hit a certain number so I can cash it in. And for the past week or so, it's been like it was getting less and less and less, and it just climbed again by $90. Like, yes, continue, go up.
Yay!
I need the cash.
Dawn says she's reading The Seller for the Prompt Second Chance and Close Quarters. Excellent. Are any of your reads for Mary Bookmas season?
Yes, let me double check if one of the ones that I just mentioned. So yeah, Shelf Respect is for Read a Bookish Book.
Perfect. All right. Veronique said, good luck, Mel. It'll be all right. Don't feel too stressed to get the video out. If it has to be after your holiday, nobody will mind. But I will mind. I'm also supposed to have filmed another video today and get it edited. Yeah. That's not going to happen. Let's see. Thank you and understandable. I'm all about London. It's my home away from home, so I'm trying to get as much London until I get to go back in February.
I totally get that. It's just that historical fiction from like the UK feels, it's oftentimes a little bit on the posh, dramatic, Sense and Sensibility kind of vibe, and I'm just not here for that vibe. I have nothing against the location in itself.
I have found that I really love historical fiction. What I don't like is like Regency. Like I don't like the Regency, especially Regency romance. I don't like that. But like historical fiction, I am here for. Like I like the Beautiful Strangers. Did you get that book in one of your Once Upon a Book Club boxes? The Beautiful Strangers by Camille DeMaio. It's about the girl working at the Hotel Del Coronado in California, and there's like a ghost.
Was it in the YA book?
No, I think it's adult.
I should have gotten it then, because I'm getting that box for years now. but I don't remember.
Excellent book. I like a lot of historical fiction. I've just found that I really don't like when it's um the Duchess of Earl is madly
Yeah,
infatuated with the Duke of blah blah blah, and he is also dreamy, but he's I don't know. It's just
yeah.
like the
Well,
wording and stuff. I can't.
no, this is exactly it. It's the Regency part that and I just feel like a lot of the other historical fiction that is playing in the UK is somewhat touching on that without being that sometimes. It's giving me similar vibes without really being it. And so that's what I'm struggling with. I think if it would be like a lot older, I would probably enjoy the historical fiction again,
Did
but
you read The Rose Code by Kate Quinn? That was another Once Upon a Book Club ones.
mm-mm.
And it's like the code breakers during World War II, the women code breakers.
That actually sounds interesting. I love World War. I can read like World War from the
And
UK.
that was another one that I absolutely loved. And it's
Then
set in like the UK and stuff.
what's the one? There was also a Once Upon a Book Club one, I believe, was in played in the World War about the women who were up north in the lumber camps. And then there was one with a like the first person, like the first woman or one of the women who was like flying and
I
in the
haven't read
World
it.
War. And yeah, I love those two. So if it's later, if it starts with the 1900, I can probably do the historical fiction. If it's
See,
not like regal or
mm-hmm.
something like the royal family.
Aussie Gal says, a book I read, not for Bookmas actually, fills the prompts of retelling and book loving, so I can tick that off. My current read is for game/competitions. Excellent. Anna said it was a COVID warning, and she's listening to One of Us is Next. Whimsical Narrative says, makes sense. This one, as far as I've listened so far, is that there is a mystery from that time that gets solved in the present by an archivist in 2017. So it's a bit modern and a bit historical. See, I could get down with that.
Potentially, yes.
Good morning, Mel. I don't care for historical unless it also has our time in it as well, like Addie LaRue and also The Dream Daughter. Then you might like The Beautiful Strangers because it's set in the past and now.
Ooh, or The Lost Apothecary. That was quite interesting as well. I mean, I feel like a lot of historical fiction actually has two timelines, with one in the present and covering the past. It's quite often that I come across that.
Actually, the thing about it, it's not The Beautiful Strangers is like past, and then the more current is not super current. It's like in the 50s with Marilyn Monroe. So it's more current, but it's not.
I need to definitely look into that book.
I think you'd like it.
Sounds
Yeah. Sometimes historical fiction can definitely get dramatic. I tend to lean towards more thriller/fantasy historical fiction instead of romancesque.
mhm. Agreed. I just like to explore different countries as well and different areas. I enjoy when historical fiction, by being a story and like a fictional story, telling me part of history, but in an intimate way, like from one person's perspective. I really enjoy learning about history that way. And for some reason, I'm more drawn to like North America in the like 1800 something. I can read everything and anything that
I think
plays.
you'd like The Rose Code by Kate Quinn as well.
Yeah, I think so too. I love war stories too for some reason.
Clint says, why have I taken this long to read this? OMG, I'm loving it. Mel is just waking up with her coffee. I'm still waking up and it's 4:30 in the afternoon. I can also count rich heirs as royalty since they're rich person royalty. The Secret Keeper by Kate Morgan does that too. Read it recently. It was fantastic. And Mila just started The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. It's for a game/competition. I hope you enjoy it. I found Marty and I, we listened to that together, and I think we gave it like a 3.5 star. Uh, we enjoyed it. It was good. It, as far as the Hunger Games, it didn't feel like it really added much to it or was necessary to the story, but by itself, it was a good story. I'm not keeping it though. I'm unhauling it. My giant stacks of unhaul books. I've got 24 pages left of a book no one knows about. Well, okay then. I'm reading Guards by Terry Pratchett. All right, I'm going to get my timer back on here. We need to get to another sprint, and I need to. Marty just got up from a nap, so I got to tell him what happened. All right. Happy reading, all.
Happy reading.
That is time.
Welcome back.
So I'm only just getting started on re-editing re-editing what I've already done twice. But I needed to re-export that first one because I needed to change something in it. And during that, while I was waiting for it, I listened to a little bit of my audiobook. I'm currently listening to Along the Saltwise Sea by A. Deborah Baker. It's the second in the Up and Under
How's
series.
kind of? Yeah. What's the series name?
The Up and Under.
Ah.
And it's cute. I really like this series. So my current read, The Inheritance Game, is definitely game/competitions. Yes, it is. Excellent choice too. And chosen one prompt, but may only count it for royalty if I run out of time. Oh, okay. So you may use something else for royalty, but if you run out of time, you'll count it for royalty. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that I would technically count that as royalty, but again, I'm not policing anybody's TBR, so choose how you want to interpret those prompts.
You wouldn't count that as royalty, really?
The Inheritance Games? There's no royalty in it.
Okay. It sounds like it is, but
no, it's just a rich guy leaves this girl his fortune, but he's not royalty or anything. He's just really rich.
Right. I feel like it gives that like royalty vibe still, kind of, with like having a rich. No, but I remember putting it on my TBR and the summary giving me that royalty vibe in terms of like elitist. Probably it's like this same like royalty vibe that I would get when I would watch Gossip Girl. There's no royalty in it, but it still gives me that vibe of being more regal and feeling more regal and royal than others, not necessarily as being, you know? Do you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah. Well, I when I would think of royalty, I'm thinking anything that's got like princess, princes, kings, queens, actual royalty, which I've surprisingly gotten quite. Actually, you know what? You could even count the Green Creek series by T.J. Klune as royalty because they mention repeatedly in that book that the Bennett family is royalty, like werewolf royalty. But yeah, I've read a lot of things apparently that have royalty in it, like The Wish Granter by C.J. Redwine. There's a princess, there's a king. The books from the Blood and Ash series, royalty. What else? What else?
Well, I'm using Queen of Nothing for royalty, so
there you go. I was going to read Girls of Storm and Shadow, but we'll see if I have time. That would definitely count as royalty because there's like a king or a prince or something in there. Wish I could read more, but I just go to sleep now. Have a great rest of your day, girlies. Good night, Sonny. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. And he's crying. Hi, Lolita. Lolita. Heart. Aussie Gal says, I got nothing read, but did finish getting ready. Hey, you were productive. 7% of my audiobook done. Hello, read 15 pages of Heartless by Marissa Meyer. Oh, I love. That is probably my favorite Yeah, I think that's my favorite Marissa Meyer book that I've read so far. I
Really?
love that book. Yes. Yes.
Wow. I have not
I
enjoyed
read
it.
the Lunar Chronicles, most of it. Well, I've read all of them except for like the graphic novels and Stars Above, I think the little novella. I've read
Mm.
the first two books in the Renegade series,
Mm, I love it.
and I have Gilded, but I haven't read that yet.
I
But
haven't
yeah,
read Gilded
Heartless is definitely
either.
my favorite. I love it.
Yeah, haven't read Gilded either, and Heartless is actually my least favorite. It's like I love the Cinder Chronicles and I love Renegades, both for very different reasons, so it's really hard to compare them. But
Hmm.
Heartless just had some bits that were lacking for me. I think I even have like a reading vlog about it, but it was disappointing for me somehow.
See, I really enjoy I love all of her writing, and
Hmm.
but yeah, Heartless is definitely my favorite. I mean, maybe it's because I absolutely adore Alice in Wonderland. Maybe that's why, but I freaking loved it.
That might be it, and I'm
I think he froze.
it's not strictly a retelling, I feel like. And this is what I love when a retelling gives me a completely different angle, which this one does, right?
Mhm.
Um, but I'm overly critical when it comes to focusing on like a villain backstory or on like an origin story or something, because there's a lot of tropes that are very oftentimes used that I despise in that. And that's kind of making it okay for a villain to be a villain because they got their heart broken once, kind of deal.
Mm.
And I feel like Heartless did tap into quite a lot of these tropes that I despise. So maybe that might be the reason. But there's an audience for it. I'm just not it. So it's not
Mm.
like badly
I'm
written.
that audience. I'm that audience for it. She just wanted to bake. She just wanted to make sweet treats. That's all.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
8 pages and playing Monopoly on my phone while listening to Christmas music. Well, there you go. Sterling says he does literally. He does what? I read 35 pages, going to join one more sprint and then sleep. Okay. I'd count it as royalty. People consider the Kardashians as American royalty, so why not?
Yep. 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 Yep.
I
Yep.
don't count the Kardashians as
But
royalty.
you might not, but this is exactly the same vibe that I meant with like Gossip Girl kind of a vibe of royalty. It is a new type of royalty. Um, it might not have a also, how many of these have a queen bee? Just saying. It does say queen in,
There's not a queen bee in the inheritance game.
but oftentimes in these like cliques and in these like books in that type of world setting have one, and so I do think having that, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, in the inheritance games, you have a girl who pretty much has nothing, and she's all of a sudden given all of this stuff, and she's got to live in this house with this guy's family, and they're like they thought the grandsons were going to get all the money, and everybody got pretty much got nothing, and she got everything, but they all get to stay in this house, and then there's mysteries to figure out and clues to figure out, and also might have somebody trying to kill her. Clint makes a point. I read This Is Love for retelling / royalty and loved it. I want to read, but I'm so sleepy. I feel you. Sterling
Hmm.
does take our challenges and tweak them for himself. Oh, yeah.
Which
I hate
all
the
the
Kardashians, so I don't
time.
call them that, but I know plenty of people who does. Yeah, I called. Like, to me, the Kardashians are like celebrity wannabes, not actual celebrities.
But that's not true. I mean, they might not have done something like they're not, but they're not celebrity wannabes, because a celebrity pretty much is somebody well known and that you would recognize and that influences people and that I mean, I don't know the correct definition for celebrity, but it doesn't.
Hmm.
They are definitely celebrities because everybody knows them, right? If you tell
Yeah.
somebody this is a Kardashian, people know who you're talking about. But they're not. They haven't worked in a way like that you might respect, or you wouldn't call them an actor, or you wouldn't call them a profession, but them being still a celebrity, I feel like.
Hmm. I suppose I don't know. I think they're like here's YouTubers and here's the Kardashians.
Uh,
They're just yeah.
let's look at the definition for celebrity. It's a famous person, especially in entertainment or sport, a state of being well known, and they qualify for that. I'm sorry, much more than most YouTubers.
I
So
mean, I would.
if you earn enough,
I don't personally think PewDiePie is a celebrity,
mhm.
though.
Yes. I honestly, I think yes, absolutely. PewDiePie is a celebrity. Is PewDiePie a celebrity better known than the Kardashians? I don't know, because I feel like some um, if you would ask my parents, have you heard the word Kardashian or the name Kardashian? They would probably say yes, but they will have never heard the name PewDiePie. Um, I feel like the Kardashians are probably better known than PewDiePie, and therefore more of a celebrity status because they're better known. It's just about being well known.
I finished Chosen and Beautiful by Nevo an hour ago, the Asian gay retelling of Great Gatsby. Nevo is now an auto by author. Have you read the original Great Gatsby? I'm curious if you have, like, how you would compare the two. Because I've read the original and it was just okay for me. I will figure it out about the royalty thing. I may be able to smash out an audiobook for it. Right now, I gotta leave. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Aussie Gal. I think they're celebs known for having money.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to get into another sprint because people are leaving because we're not reading. Well, or they're not reading. So let's do another sprint and I'll get back into my editing thing.
Gonna upload and publish my journey of finding my van. It's finally finalized.
Okay, so you like this version a lot better. Um, I mean, I'm all for a gay retelling of anything, so I would be willing to check it out. For me, like you said, the original is just okay. It was like a 3.5 or something like that. Why is Crescent City giving me a last episode of not Angel Buffy spinoff vibes? I can see that. I can see that. All right. Happy reading, everyone.
Happy reading.
That is time.
Well, welcome back.
How did everybody do? How
Happy
did you do, Cece?
The video is finally published. I don't know why I'm so much more nervous about these van videos going up. It's just so much of a different storytelling than the bookish videos, and I don't know, I'm just more nervous putting them up.
I wonder why you're nervous putting them up. Like, what are you worried about?
I'm not worried. I feel like I put a lot more editing effort into them than with a lot of the bookish videos. A lot of the bookish videos is just me talking through the camera and then simple editing. And with these, it's more of a cinematic storytelling editing. And I feel like I'm never fully satisfied. Like there's more tweaks that I could make. There's more that I could change. There's footage that I could dig up somewhere to use. And um, you just have to be okay with not having spent a gazillion hours of work and just calling it at one point. And just watching it again now, I feel like it conveys the emotion, it tells the story, but there's a few moments where I'm like, I should have gone back and tweaked that more. And so I don't know.
I get that. I really get that. Ziggy says, "Hi, just joined. For how long will you guys be live?" Hi, Ziggy. Thank you for joining us. I'm
since
gonna
I
be
just
here.
read how long will you guys be alive? I probably shouldn't be live for that much longer.
I'm gonna be here as long as CC is, pretty much. Once she has to call it a night, I'm gonna call it a night. As far as the live goes, because I'm gonna be up for hours and hours and hours and hours editing this video, because I've been at it for hours and hours and haven't gotten anywhere. I hope to read Crescent City 1 next year so I can the sequel immediately after. Yeah, I've read the first one and I'll need to probably reread it when I go to read the sequel because it's been a while.
Do you think it's that type of fantasy where you will get a lot more out of it the second time around? Like, is it one of those books that you should be reading a second time? Because I feel like a lot of adult fantasy that's a series is like that.
Probably. I think so. Like, and because it's been so long, there's so much that I don't remember. Like, I remember parts, but I mean, gosh, I don't even remember when it was. It's probably been a year or so since I've read the first book, and there's not a whole lot I can tell you. There's just a couple of scenes that I could recall in my mind. So even when Clint messaged me about what he was getting all freaking out about, I'm like, my mind's blank. So Anna said another 6% done, and I made hot chocolate. Yum. I have 30th pages left, and my jaw just dropped. I do remember that the end was just like, yeah.
Did you just skip over Mr. Rorosuri's?
Do it. Oh,
I think, yeah.
Have you two filmed your fave 2021 book videos already, or is it in the works? I'm not filming mine until January.
That's fair.
Yeah, I always wait until I've actually finished the year. So all the videos that people do as their end of the year videos, I always do mine as beginning of the year videos where it talks about the year before.
So that you can have like the full year, including everything. Yeah, I get that. I probably am not making a 2021 favorite book videos. I always have the hardest time deciding on my favorites because I'm very influenced by what I have read most recently. And I end up having maybe one or two favorite that I keep raving about for a decent amount of time. So if you're following my channel, you have already heard about these books so many times it just feels redundant to then pick them up again and talk about them. What I am planning to film is a 2021 TBR. How much of what I've planned to read have I read, and with what is still unread, because that is a card in my TBR game, to pick a book from last year's TBR that has not been read yet. So that's probably what I'm going to make. Maybe I'm going to make a video about like some stats or something, but I'm not too sure. I'm much more focused on unhauling stuff. I am considering in January filming a bookshelf tour of all the books that I own and still haven't read, because up there, that's my shelf of the books that I keep, and that's literally just The Wheel of Time and some Sanderson, and some Octavia Butler. I don't keep anything else at this point. But all the books that I own, it's like around the 400 books, I haven't read, and I have 7-8 months before I move out, and I'm not going to be able to read them all. So yeah, that might help me with prioritizing some of them, or maybe also unhauling. I don't know.
Also, for those that have like joined later in the live, what I'm currently working on is my bookshelf tour. That it took a week to get the shelves built and the books organized and everything on the shelves. Then it took 4 days to film the bookshelf tour. Then I have 15 hours, 151 gigs of raw data to edit, and that's what I'm struggling with getting
So
edited.
is the video too long, or do you own too many books?
Well, I can tell you, like, these 3 giant stacks, there's 115 books here. These were all pulled before I did my bookshelf tour. These are unhaul books. And then as I was filming the bookshelf tour, in my head, I was going, you know what? I could have gotten rid of that and that and that and that. And so, like, probably in January, I'll go through again and do another big sweep and get rid of a whole bunch of books. Probably, I don't know, like half of these books are books that I've read and won't read again, and the other half are ones that I'm just not interested in. Yeah, so I think it's a mix of I've got too many books. I mean, I kind of do, because I have 12 floor to ceiling bookshelves, and I still didn't have enough room for my books.
What's the total count currently?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't count them. I just know there's over 2,000. There's a lot of books. But yeah, that's why I'm not actually reading right now. I'm editing and editing and editing, because I need to get this edited and uploaded before I leave. Clint says I have 30th page. Oh, I already read that. I joined mid sprint, so I only got through 8 pages. Plus, I'm a slow reader, so hey,
that's fine.
You got pages read, so that's good. 5 pages and still playing my game. Got up again. I read 37 pages. I have another 150 pages left for tomorrow.
Well done.
And Clint's top 2021 post Friday.
I love watching those videos, so I'm excited for that, Clint.
Yeah, one of the things I have to do before I film that is I have to update my Goodreads for pretty much the entirety of this year, because January was the last time I put anything into Goodreads. So I have to go back and watch all of my wrap-up vlogs and put my stuff into Goodreads. So I can, and that'll help me with like my stats video. That'll help me with figuring out, okay, which ones actually were my top for the year and all of that stuff. Will I be reading on vacation? It's my plan. We have some audiobooks that we're listening to on our way down and on our way back, and I'm going to bring a few books along with me. I'm not making it a huge priority to read while I'm on vacation. I'm going to read some casually, but after so much with all this bookshelf tour stuff, I'm kind of sick of even looking at my books. I'm like, I don't want anything to do with books at the moment, but I
And
I
that's
do,
okay
obviously.
too. I mean, it's absolutely okay to take a break. I've been taking a little bit over a month of not really a break. I've been reading, but I've been reading very, very little because my van was priority, and it took a lot of my time. But I just realized that we have 16 days left in December, and I need another 16 books read to hit 200 books in 2021. So that's motivation. That's a lot of motivation.
5, 6, 7, 8. I think I've completed 8 books this month, or I've completed 7 books this month, and I've DNF'd 1 book, I think. So I've gone over the 200 mark because I think I was only 5 away from being 200 last month. So yeah, or maybe it was the month before. I don't know.
If your Goodreads isn't updated, how and where are you counting your books?
Oh, I just happen to remember the number from when we were discussing it, I guess last month. And I went and added up the number because on all of my wrap up blogs, I say I read such and such amount of books. And so I just added up the numbers from there. But I need to go and put all those in. Plus, it'll help me later for have I read it and stuff when I can look on Goodreads and go, oh, I have read that.
Did we have that conversation on the 15th or on the 30th?
I don't remember.
Maybe there's even more than 8 then.
Maybe. If it was last month and the 15th on my channel, then that's not even counting November's, I guess. I don't know. I read a lot. I read a lot.
That sums it up.
I'm actually thinking I'm going to take it easy in January, especially because I plan on doing a lot of videos, and I'm going to have a lot of stuff that I have to film as soon as I get home from this trip. And so I might make January I'm not going to read that much month.
That's a good plan. And honestly, 21 books this year and DNF 30. All my respect to you, all my being able to DNF more than you read. That sounds like a lot of I don't know the right word. It's not
self-care.
Self-care, and also willpower, and just prioritizing the right things, all the good things. So
Megan wants to know how we read books so quickly. I usually am only able to get through about 4 or 5 a month, and I'm a pretty good reader.
I don't think I read quicker. I just read more. I don't I prioritize reading over other hobbies, and I read anywhere and everywhere. When I'm driving, when I'm sitting on the toilet, it's 10 minutes of reading. And then I realized that I could have gotten up a while ago, but I was stuck on the chapter. When I'm waiting for the microwave to bing, when I'm waiting for the water to cook, when I'm walking to the dentist office and it's a 15-minute walk, it's an audiobook is on. So it adds up very quickly when you read whenever you're waiting for something. Also for falling asleep, I put a timer on half an hour listening to an audiobook, and that is a sure way for me to fall asleep. And yeah,
I don't really watch TV. I don't even really listen to the radio. Anytime I'm in my car, I'm listening to an audiobook. If I'm cleaning, if I'm doing something that doesn't require me dual thinking, I guess, then I can focus, and I can just focus on what I'm listening to. Then I'm consuming an audiobook. And then when I'm not consuming an audiobook, if I'm able, I physically have a book. So I'm just kind of always consuming, unless I'm filming or I'm editing or something like that. But when I'm uploading a video, I'll be listening to an audiobook.
It's a lot of prioritizing over other hobbies or prioritizing over spending time with friends and family, which sounds so bad, but it's whenever I get the chance, when I do it regularly, spend time with my family and friends. It's just that I don't live. So that's a big one for me too. I don't live with anybody that requires my attention, that wants my attention, that I do stuff with. I live with my son, who, just as an example, his birthday is next week, and I asked him if what he wants to do, and he's like, "Yeah, if you could be not here for a couple of days, I would like to invite some friends." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, sure. I'll leave you alone. I trust him. I don't think like he's not a party person, but
That you know of because you're not going to be there.
oh, no, I know he's not a party person. Otherwise, I don't know. I maybe wouldn't leave him. But his priority is not to spend time with me. His priority is for me to give him money. And otherwise, please be not seen and heard type of mom.
Rude.
He's turning 17. What do you expect? It's fine. But I don't have a husband at home. I don't have any other children requiring my attention. I don't live with my parents or siblings or friends or whatever. So whenever I'm home, I'm alone pretty much. And that that makes a huge difference in the time that you have at home.
I'm gonna be really sad when Xander gets to that point. Right now, he's well, he'll be 16 in like 3 months, but still, I don't know.
Well, to
He
be
likes
fair,
hanging out with mom and stuff.
yeah, I feel like Xander's much more of a mama's boy than my son ever was. So I think chances are that when he's 17, he's going to be still very much the way that he's now. My son started detaching from me in like kindergarten. He didn't want to be touched. He didn't want to be like cuddled or something. And he stopped leaning on me really. He would come and ask questions. But yeah, so and I don't know, honestly, I think if you get yourself something to look forward to when your kid leaves the house, it's much less painful as well.
Yeah, well, when he leaves the house, I mean, he'll be like 30, so I'll be ready.
My son's going to be 17. And I'm like, hit the road. School's over.
Ron
Bye-bye.
says my job gets in the way of reading time.
Well, I work an 8-hour job as well, which oftentimes leads to 10 hours. But since working from home, I read on my breaks. So before working from home, I would go to the cafeteria and chat with people, with my colleagues. And now on my breaks, I read.
She said, and then YouTube is distracting, booktube and reaction videos. Yeah.
That's a fair call out, yeah.
And Megan has a 4-year-old, so yeah, 4-year-olds are
Come on, what
incredibly
are
time
we
consuming.
That's a big difference.
Wow, I feel so young for once. LOL turned 16 in November. Well, happy late birthday.
And you are young. Like, enjoy being 16. Oh my gosh, enjoy it so much. Like, live life to the fullest.
Absolutely. All right, let's do another sprint.
Yeah, trying to figure out my stats for December. I need to. I'm so behind on all my tracking and everything.
All right, happy reading, everyone.
Happy reading.
That is time.
Welcome back.
I am happy to say that I caught back up to where I was, and I've gotten a little past that. I'm currently exporting it again. I'm making this a part 2 or whatever, and then I'll do it again.
Now you are quicker now than like because you said it took you several hours to get to the point that you got to now, and it feels like you are a little bit quicker and getting back.
The first time I got to that point, it had taken me 2 hours. The second time I got to that point, it took me an hour and 40 minutes. This time it took me less time. It took me a couple of sprints because one, I think it's running a little faster because it doesn't have so much in it, and two, I knew where the edits were supposed to be, so I was able to get through them a little quicker.
Right, that makes sense.
But
well,
still have a lot left.
I'm up to date with my like stats for December. Like it's the 16th already here, and I haven't posted my TBR on Twitter where I keep track of my progress. So I had to clean up my 2020 TBR to understand what the stats are that I need to beat. So yeah, I'm up to that point, which means now all I need to do is read.
Yes,
I have no excuse there. I have like the stats are updated, the videos are uploaded and published. No excuses left. I got my
now you need to read Self-Respect.
I'm gonna finish Dark One first. I still haven't finished that, but I have already read 20% in Self-Respect. I expected more. It's a little bit boring. Like it in the little blurb, it promises our bookshelves tell us so much about our personality, and I was like, ooh, it should feel more. It felt like I was getting like a BuzzFeed quiz kind of deal, you know. And what I'm getting is these are the books that were on Obama's list. These are the books that were found in Osama bin Laden's like hideout, and I'm like, not what I signed up for. We have one chapter explaining how it shows into like the bookshelf is a representation of our taste and everything, but other than that, we had a whole chapter about how DNFing is good, but I'm like, that's not what I came here for.
Yeah. If our shells represent us minus chaos. Ordered chaos, but chaos.
See, that's what I was hoping to get from this, but they are pretty much just saying things like, oh, it's a representation of who you are because it shows your taste in books. That's pretty much everything. Like, that's the whole
That's kind
gist
of a duh.
of it. It's like, one interesting fact is that your bookshelf shows a deeper insight into your personality than you would normally get in like very small talky conversations, because it shows more of your like taste and what you're interested in, but it is something that is fully socially respected to snoop, to go and be nosy about, to like while you're the host and going into the kitchen grabbing something to just look, stand in front of, go through.
Hence the bookshelf tours.
Yeah, so that's the only interesting fact from this book so far, that I hadn't even thought about, but that I feel like rings very true. It shows us much more than we would say when initially meeting somebody, but it's totally socially accepted to snoop.
Dude, I have smut. I have middle grade. I have children's books. I have nonfiction. I have thrillers. I have adult. I have like every age range pretty much.
So what does it say about you? You don't know who you are.
Yeah, I have such a wide variety. I've got sci-fi, I've got thrillers, I've got fantasy, retellings.
So yeah, my
One thing you can tell by looking over here is I like Cassandra Clare.
So my question would be, what would my shelf say about me, seeing that my shelf doesn't show which books I like because I keep them. It's just a complete mix of books that I haven't read that yet. So
My
um,
bookshelf say I'm a reader and that I like books.
that is a fair assumption when you look at 2,000 plus. A very fair assumption.
Let's see. Veronica had to leave us and go to bed. I think Alley Cat did as well. She finished her Monopoly game, lost, but she read a couple of pages, finished a chapter.
Good.
Mr. Rosuri said, I just started This Poison Heart by Kaylin Bayron, the gay secret garden retelling mixed with Greek myth. You know, I had no idea that was a secret garden retelling. I read her Cinderella is Dead and absolutely loved it. And so I can't remember if Poison Heart was one of the subscription box books or not. I hope so. I hope I have it. It's not on my shelves right now, so if I have it, it's in a box that I haven't opened yet.
I just know that I've seen the cover in a lot of places, and the cover makes me want to read it. Knowing that it's a secret garden retelling mixed with Greek myth is probably not something that I'm interested in, but the cover, though.
He sold me on it with gay secret garden retelling mixed with Greek myth. I'm sold. Like I didn't really know anything about it, but I'm like, yes. Well, and Kaylin Bayron, I loved her other books. So
I don't care if it's gay or not, but retelling Greek myth, you're saying all the wrong things for me.
Those are all the right things for me.
And putting gay up there kind of makes me think that's also romance, question mark.
Probably.
So
I mean, well, like in Cinderella is Dead, there's a romance. It's a gay Cinderella retelling or queer Cinderella retelling. But the romance is not with like the one that finds the slipper and all that stuff, though it's supposed to be.
Which is refreshing. It's still, I still reading it. I understood I'm not the target audience. It's not for me. Not a bad book. Again, just not the right person for it.
I'm totally the right person for that. Why don't you update Goodreads throughout the year if you don't mind me asking?
Very good question.
Because I forget. Simple as that. I have so much going on all the time.
January. Forgot for 11 months.
Pretty much. I did that for an entire year in 2020 and not 2028. In 2018, I didn't post at all, and I just kept going. I really need to update. Like I stopped updating in October of 2017, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna fix it, and then I just didn't. And then I didn't do it for the entirety of 2018. And now I'm regretting that because of looking back with my Have I Read It. I'm really wishing I had updated. And so I have every intention of going back and updating for this entire year. Last year I did so good. I updated every single month. And then this year I didn't, and I need to.
I don't know. For me, honestly, it has become such a ritual. Close a book, go on to Goodreads, check it as read. It's like, I don't know, it has become part of the reading process for me.
Hold on 1 second. Xander's trying to ask me.
See, definitely a more available kid than mine. Coming and asking questions and all.
He was asking if he could go hiking with a friend tomorrow after school, and I said no because we have to go and get COVID tested.
Honestly,
that's around the time our appointment is. Yeah, we have to get COVID tested for our trip.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that makes total sense. It's just that it sounds like such an unrealistic dream for me to hear my son ask me if he can go hiking with a friend. It's like, what is this like witchery that you're doing?
Sorry, wait.
Like, what is this witchery that you have done to your son that he's going hiking with or that he's asking to go hiking with a friend? It's like a dream for me that my son would even entertain the idea to even think about doing that.
Think about hiking or thinking about asking?
Both. Well, he would ask me if he wants to do something, but hiking, nah.
Alexander
Not.
he loves hiking. Yeah. He wishes we would do more of it. He said this in regards to your shelf respect book, I think. That's when it came up, was when you were talking about that. Welp, I have rainbow shells, and I am in fact gay, so I had rainbow shells for like 2 weeks. Back when I had only 6 bookshelves, I did rainbow shelves and it was gorgeous. I loved it so much. But I only kept it for 2 weeks because I couldn't find anything.
I think what rainbow shelves tells about people is that you are a person who enjoys visually pleasing things and that you enjoy visual order of things. So you are a person who likes systems and orders, but it needs to be aesthetic. So you're like influenced by, you'll probably be then also a person who would be influenced to buy a product if it has good packaging. Just my
Well,
like,
see, I'm like the order, but I like mine. I love the aesthetic. Like that's why I have these 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gorgeous Cassandra Clare shelves. They're very aesthetically pleasing.
they're
However,
different,
they
right?
are my books are in alphabetical order by author's last name. So this does fall in that right order.
So what it tells me about you is that you are more concerned about structure and order. While obviously you want it to be pretty, then you like aesthetics, but for you it's more important to find your books to have some structure and order that makes sense. And a person who has rainbow shelves doesn't care about like authors' names, about any like structure that's abstract. It needs to be a visual structure.
See, I mean maybe if I didn't have like if I had a bookshelf or 2 bookshelves, maybe because then it's, only so much that like if you're looking for something, there's just a small section to look through. But having over 2,000 books and 12 floor to ceiling bookshelves, I would never be able to find anything. Like I probably have, you know, 200 or more of every color.
It's so interesting because when I think of a book that's on my shelf, I immediately know what color it is.
Not
I
me.
know. Um, that's interesting too because I remember my books with the cover in mind. Not every detail, but somewhat. So I would know where to find it.
So I'm not looking right now. And I couldn't tell you. I think okay, I'm going to turn this and I'm not going to look. Can you see my special edition um Infernal Devices books?
I
There's there are 3 different colors.
yes.
Not these here. Okay, if they're actually blocked. Hold on. I'm not even gonna look. I'm just gonna move this jar out of the way.
This is hilarious.
Okay.
Okay.
Can
Yes,
you
I
see
can
them?
see. Yes, I can.
Can you see what colors they are?
I think so.
Okay, I couldn't tell. Like, I think there's a pink one. Is there a pink one?
No.
See, that is my favorite series. I think there's a green one. Is there a green one?
I think so. Maybe it's like a turquoise if you consider that green.
And is there a purple one?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. There's blue, not pink. See, I can't. I'm
That's
just
so
not.
interesting. It's just it fascinates me how the human mind works and how differently because when we don't talk about these kind of things, we usually just assume everybody experiences the world similarly to how we experience it. So you probably would have never in a million years expected somebody to remember all of their like books cover color. And I would have never guessed that somebody like you would not like. How do you not remember that? That's like
I
not.
see it constantly. I see it constantly, and it's facing out and everything, and it's my favorite series, and I have it on display. Hello, your butt is making a lot of noise, but I couldn't tell you what the colors were.
To me, it feels like you're forgetting what your child looks like. Like, you know what his face looks like, right? Do you know your child's eye color?
Yeah.
So why don't you know the color of your books? It's like it's for me, it's so hard to grasp that you can't, and I'm fully like I just find it
Also,
fascinating.
there's only one of him, and there's 2,000 of these.
That is a fair point. But if you had a 2000 Xanders, you would know all 2000 eye colors.
No, because I wouldn't be here. If there were two Xanders, I'd be done.
That also is a very fair point.
Don says, wonder what my shelves say about me besides I like a lot of thrillers, lol, and it's organized tall to short. It's another aesthetic thing.
Yeah, it's another aesthetic thing that doesn't care for structure. Like it's a different type of structure that you care for.
Don is also with you on updating after a reading. My shelves are a chaos, but I know where everything is. Also, I have synesthesia, and my whole existence is based on what color things are in my head. So it's just easier for me to organize things by color. Well, that makes sense, definitely. I actually, do you have is it called face amnesia or something like that, where like you don't remember faces or something? I know that there was the color of B. Larkham's murder. The main character in that book has synesthesia, and I just found it so interesting, um, how like they could tell you what the color of someone's voice is, things
Mm.
like that. They could recognize people by the color of their voice, but not by how their face looked. If they wore the same cap every day, they could recognize things like that, but not like
Interesting.
if somebody came, like if the one person wore the same cap every day and they sound like their voice was this color, they could recognize them as this person. But if they had a cold and they weren't wearing their cap that day, they wouldn't know it's that person.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Let's do one more sprint. It's 1 a.m. I have to get up at 8 a.m., so I should finish up soon. And I need to do a full sprint of just reading. That's what I'm here for now, and that's what I'm doing now.
Ziggy also said, "Oh no, I do remember faces. LOL. The thing with synesthesia is it comes in so many different variations. Mine is basically I see words / letters and numbers in color." Okay, interesting. And Clint just finished Crescent City. Shockingly, I'm giving it a 5-star. I'm not surprised. Good night, Anna. Thank you for joining us.
Bye, Anna.
All right. One more sprint and then we are going to be done for the night. It was
Yep.
fun having you here too.
Oh, it was fun being here again. I missed this.
All right. Happy reading, all.
I'm reading.
That is time.
I still have like 25% left in the dark one, and it's good. Brandon Sanderson just can write such cool characters, and they are so cliche and so different at the same time. I find that so astonishing how he can tweak these little things to give it more character in such a short format. Like, you know, a character for 5 minutes, and he already has created something that is more than just a name or a visual. I don't know how he does it, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of necessary when it comes to like graphic novels and stuff, especially because graphic novels really are just a bunch of comics put together to make one thing. So like each chapter is a comic on its
Mm-hmm.
own. So in that one comic, you have to establish all this stuff and everything. Otherwise, nobody would come back and pick up the second comic.
Right?
So
It's
it
so
has to be
impressive.
done so quickly.
So impressive.
Mm-hmm. Welcome back, Canadian Dragon. So, are you going to stick around for another sprint so you can finish it, or?
No, I need to. It's a 1:35. I will probably finish it in bed, but yeah, I have an appointment at 9:30. Then another appointment at 10:30. So it's not like I can just go quickly to that appointment, go back and take another nap. And I haven't been sleeping much over the past couple of days, so I really.
I get it. Yeah, I wish I knew how much I had like accomplished with this bookshelf tour, like editing it. But because I'm doing it in chunks now, I don't really know how much I have left. The
Right.
only way of kind of gauging, and it's not a good gauge, is I can say the book I'm at right now is The Bone Houses by Emily Lloyd Jones. So I'm at the L's.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm on, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I'm on the 8th bookshelf. So 2/3 of the way done, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
That means I still got a lot left to do. Don says, I got 100 pages in today. Thanks for the sprints. Well, you are welcome. Thank you for joining us. And Ziggy says, I'll be leaving you guys. It's 2:35 a.m. here. My brain doesn't want to process words. Understandable. At 2:30 in the morning, my brain doesn't want to process anything except for Well, get some rest, Ziggy. Get some rest, Cece. And if y'all are interested in doing more of these sprints, Cece and I will be doing one. I don't know if we're going to do on the 31st because, I mean, that's New Year's. So
I don't know. Maybe let's discuss maybe like a short one.
maybe. But keep an eye out on Cece's channel. Her channel is Cece's Reading Journey. I do have it linked down in the description of this video. If you're not subscribed to her, go and check her out. We do sprints here in the middle of the month on my channel and at the end of the month on her channel. And yeah, it's going to be fun. I will see you guys around. I'll see you, Cece. Thank you all for joining us. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. And if you did, give us a big thumbs up. And again, subscribe to Cece if you're not already. And until next time, remember to always be completely you. Bye. Bye-bye. In podcast. Bye, eventually. It's not letting me in. Just keep waving. Just keep waving. It's like Dory, just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. It's going to end eventually.
Is it?
Maybe we're not going anywhere. I don't know. It's having trouble connecting. I don't know. I don't know why it's having trouble connecting because we're live, so why it won't end, I don't know. Okay, so yeah, we're not ending yet. I'm trying. It's not letting me. I'm gonna keep waving.
Worst case, yeah, I would just say refresh the browser, come in again, and leave.
Okay, be right back. Be right back. Trying. Okay, what the heck?
Well, there she goes. Well, this is an exciting one. Haven't had that before. I mean, having had trouble with disconnecting, it's kind of weird when you click the end broadcast, it gives you another prompt of saying, do you really want to end the broadcast, which is fair, so it doesn't really happen. But once you click it, it takes several seconds, so that's why you always get this like awkward seconds at the end of a stream, not well, where the people are very awkwardly waving and don't know when is it exactly ending now. So yeah, that's kind of fun. So let's hope refreshing the browser will reconnect Mel so that she can properly stop this. I can only leave, I can't close. That's something that I'm hoping that StreamYard will add as a feature at one point to give guests full admin rights. So I can't click on comments to highlight them. I can't do anything, and with the host, if they have any type of issues, immediately you're screwed. Or if the host falls asleep, I mean that already happened as well. So yeah, just sitting here waiting, drinking my tea. Interesting enough, I don't even see if anybody's still watching this, because also only Melanie gets the information about if it's closed or not, how many people are live. As a guest, I don't see that. So that's interesting as well. Refreshing the browser takes a little bit long, dear Mel. I have a slight feeling that potentially her whole laptop crashed and that her whole like device is just not our friend today, not our friend. So if I knew if anybody's still here, we could chat about anything. Um, if you don't know my channel, if you don't know what I'm doing, I recently bought a van and I'm posting next to, like, aside from like bookish videos, I'm posting van life, preparing for van life videos, and I just posted a video today where I'm showing the journey of finding my van. And if you're interested at all, I'm planning a Q&A about this, and if you have any questions, drop it below that video that I posted today. Hoping to get a few questions. There were a few before. That's why I decided to make it a separate video. But now I'm welcoming all and every question. So what else can we talk about?
Hi.
There she is.
Apparently, my internet went down, which would make it may not be able to do anything. So when I tried to reload, it just wouldn't. I don't know how we were still able to talk though.
Yeah, I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
I don't know. Like as soon as I refreshed, it was like, "Oh, you have no internet." Okay, so let's try to end this again. Thanks for hanging out and waiting, CC. Let's see if we can actually end it this time. Bye.